Am I alive? I did my whole intro and everything and was kind of like looking at my shit, so I I don't know what just happened. I ran my intro and everything and looked over at OBS. I was like, wait, something's not right. But I think YouTube may have caught something or another. I have no fucking clue. Alright, well, whatever. I guess I'm live now, but holy shit. I noticed that a few times when I went live. Like I would hit the button and everything, do the intro, and it's like, what the hell? Alright, fuck it. Well, I'm not redoing it. I'm doing everything on the fly, just like how I always do things. Whatever. It don't matter. I don't know. Maybe today is supposed to be a weird day or something. I could have swore this happened a few times to where I go live and it just, I don't know, something glitches. Well, I guess forget those shenanigans. Well, I'm done with my notifications and everything else. Yeah, I have no idea what happened. I did my intro, I did everything, and then I look over at OBS and I was like, wait, why does it say that I have 0 bitrate? Anyway, before we get started, there is one thing I do want to show or cover, do a little show and tell, shall we say. Yeah, I'm gonna turn my stuff way, way down. Because I am kind of serious about this. So, last night, I kind of saw there was a bit of a news that kind of happened. And then this morning, that news was confirmed. And what the hell, I'll go ahead and show you guys this information. Sure, that's good enough. Anyway, so last night, Jason Schreier apparently mentioned that the GTA 6 trailer was going to happen next month in December, and of course I kind of thought that was kind of odd because there was like talks of like Bloomberg and all this other stuff, and I was like, Bloomberg don't talk about GTA or gaming news that much, so why the fuck are they talking about it? And so I just kind of heard it, shrugged it off, and then this morning, apparently it is confirmed by Rockstar themselves that it is official that they are celebrating 25 years. By the way, flashbang, kind of forgot, my bad. That they are going to be doing a 25-year anniversary of Rockstar Games. And so these were kind of like the 3 tweets that came out. So let's go over them. Next month marks the 25th anniversary of Rockstar Games, thanks to the incredible support of our players worldwide. We have had the opportunity to create games we are truly passionate about. In 1998, Rockstar Games was founded on the idea that video games could be as essential to culture as any other form of entertainment. At least there's one thing I can agree with. And we hope that we have created games you love in our efforts to be part of that evolution. So far, nothing that we haven't heard already from pretty much put any company here. We are very excited to let you know that in early December, we will release the first trailer of the next Grand Theft Auto. We look forward to many years of sharing these experiences with you all. Thank you, Sam Hauser. They fired his brother, though. I want to let that be known. They fired his fucking brother. Or at least his brother was, like, let go, or he quit on his own volition, whatever the fuck, but yeah, that's the big news. And so apparently it is more or less confirmed. This does not change the fact that I think this game is gonna bomb. I kind of have high expectation that this thing is actually going to suck. I'm usually me and my friends have talked about this many times. We're probably going to talk about it like later tonight and shit in the weeks to come. I know I messaged a couple of them before I started today's stream, and we talked about this many times. We still think that none of this is good. We are just seeing multiple I don't think it's like anything like mind-boggling at all. It's just really more of a case of we just look at so many other games that released, and there's a pattern to like why they suck. It's a actual problem with the actual gaming industry as a whole. They just get together and just follow trends and stuff, and we just have high expectation that GTA 6 is going to go down some of these typical trends, and because basically the one thing that I can like really say, like just look at it and you tell me, because everything that I could think of, movies, TV shows, you name it, everybody does remakes. You do remakes because you have zero ideas, you don't know what to do, and it's easier to just follow a script of what somebody else already came up with and just roll with that. And then all the newer stuff that come out, they're usually bland, half done, half thought of, half created, half fleshed out, and you just end up with just bland, generic, goes nowhere kind of type of stuff. And again, I could just talk about this all day. So I feel a rant coming on, and I'm just gonna try my best to resist. But basically, all I'm just gonna say is I don't look forward to GTA 6. I really have no clue what's gonna happen, because even with Payday 3, I think I had a conversation somewhat recently, and I think I even remember saying, Overkill and freaking Starbreeze, they did a very good job promoting Payday 2 with Payday 3. And I kind of said it jokingly, but what are the odds that Payday 2 just gets a massive update of all the bells and whistles for Payday 3 and just ham fist it in Payday 2, and there you go. There's your there's your perfect Payday game. And it's yeah, I just see a gaming industry that's just feeling stagnant. They're not coming up with new ideas. Nothing feels fresh. Everything feels done. I'm currently right now playing freaking Tony Hawk Pro Skater and well, specifically Underground right now, but I'm actually finishing up on it, so I'm thinking about hopping in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, I think. And yeah, I just why is it I'm just getting this overall idea of like this is gonna be trash. This is utter dog shit, and who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe things will get better. Maybe maybe this will all blow up in my face, and maybe I will need to apologize. But until I see otherwise, I don't know. I kind of think there's a possibility that Lucia, she might be like a knockoff version of Catalina and freaking Grand Theft Auto 3. I I think the game is going to be relatively playable, but who knows? We'll just have to wait and see when the game launches because that seems to be the common thing is things are just half done. And it sounds like it's very rare to hear a really good game made today, and I'm almost because like I feel just so on the fence with GTA 5, and it just I don't feel any high hopes for GTA 6. And then one last and final thing before I just walk away from this travesty. I really do think that what is it? GTA Plus. They're gonna just get like what should I call it? Like uh, early access stuff. They're probably gonna get early access to the game of GTA 6 if they purchase it. They're probably going to get early access to the online when those servers go up for GTA 6. If there's any DLCs, they're going to get like early access downloads and all this other stuff. So I just see more emphasis on online. Surprisingly, if everyone's not like burned by well if this game sucks, then what's the point of continuing the online? There is a chance that they might be able to win players back over with the online, but I don't know. All I just know is I think everything's just going to be like half done, and everything's going to be lack of character, lack of soul, and it's just going to be forgotten in about a week or two. So anyway, that's just my short thoughts on GTA 6. Again, I could easily do like a full hour of just going into various details of why I think it's just not going to do that well. I just truly think that the fan base is just going to play it. It's not going to be up to the same level of standards that you see from the previous Rockstar games. And usually I don't want things to go badly, or I always am trying to be optimistic, but this is just the one time to where I don't know. Some people think that they are immune and then they just get shot in the foot, and then there's people like me that saw it coming a mile away, and it's like, did you know you were going to shoot yourself in the foot? And then it's like, it just, yeah, it's all terrible. Let's just go ahead and dive into Danganronpa. I actually kind of forgot that I was still kind of playing this game, actually. So, hopefully, I would be able to go through this game and kind of remember all the different stuff that we're supposed to... Like, we're right at the, whatchamacallit, the freaking, we're pretty much right at the, we're pretty much right at the ending. Hey, Han! Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, so this is the final chapter. I kind of restarted a playthrough, so we're kind of playing this again. And yeah, we're right at the ending. So if this is not your kind of type of game, it's all good. All I know is I played Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, I played Goodbye Despair, I played Kill and Harmony. All of them were really good. I didn't really like the third installment of, what is it, Kill and Harmony, but I played this. I actually forgot how good this game was. I really did. So, yeah, we're actually on the final chapter, so... I think we're here. So, yeah. So if you haven't been following the thing, do be prepared for just seeing... Well, actually, I think we're gonna recap the entire game, I think. If I recall correctly. Because you do that every other time when you complete the entire thing. So, let's get into it.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
I smell a lie, but I'm rolling with it.
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me! I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
He's probably not wrong. Probably, e-handbook, maybe.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right!
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me, I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
No, that's wrong.
It's the photo.
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. 'Cause in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
I figured as much. In which case...
Hero, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
This one too, it's just like I thought. Also, a certain somebody's head is constantly not looking towards the camera at all. Also, donuts.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
Huh. Sounds so weird coming from the antagonist. The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos. That person is... the ones who got the photos?
I got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing.
And someone's face is also covered?
In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing.
And a certain somebody has their back to the camera?
And in the picture Hero got, he's the only one missing.
Also somebody is got their back turns the camera?
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
Also, because I kinda was coughing, I also noticed that someone was taking a huge splash right to the face, which covered up their face, and you basically have the back towards the camera.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to that than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. Like somebody having their back towards the camera? There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. What is it? What's digging
Listen,
at me?
Can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
When you're first playing this, I swear to God, you just don't catch it. Or at least I didn't when I first played it. I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Ryakua's picture. Hina's picture. hero's picture. You're just throwing so much information at once. And mine. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something. Still getting new information.
Can you just forget about the photo already?
No, we can't.
Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
But what are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong. I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Something terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrible reason.
Now I understand.
Amnesia.
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural that they wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures. The interview.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the idea that we all lost our memories...
Is totally stupid, obviously.
Pretty sure I got it
You're
right.
saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No, you don't.
No, that's wrong.
Stop.
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
I don't know if amnesia, a loss of memory, can live and breathe. But we are talking about amnesia, the idea of losing memory. I don't know if amnesia is like an actual being that lives and breathes, but at the same time, I understand what he's saying.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with? To try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, So you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else?
So until we do that, we'll either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Now to the actual case itself.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away. 'Cause masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
I'm positive they're somewhere in the school. Otherwise, there's no way they could have controlled that machine.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
Nope.
No, that's wrong.
Master control room. Or Monokuma's control
There's
room.
no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope Speak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me!
I blame Makoto!
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Wait, what are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
This part I probably really forgot. Mukuro's actual cause of death must have been the stab wound? Really?
Shoot!
Well, it's not the blow to the head, right? Other wounds?
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
The body was discovered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know...
You're wrong.
She denied me. Before I could even say anything. Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me!
If you're so sure we are gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? Not wrong. Not wrong.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time, Z-Wimsy. You made me go all cutesy.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
No, those wounds didn't come from the battle. One look at what was written about her, and that should become clear.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in...
No, that's wrong.
I kinda guessed.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely... Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training!
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
The identity of the one who attacked me, I couldn't think of anyone else. It's gotta be Mukuro, right? No? Oh, wait. No. Because Mukuro's dead. Yeah. So, yeah, it would be the master.
I got it!
I'm an idiot.
The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
No, there's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me, even if I didn't see their face. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo. Comparing that to the masked attacker, it should be obvious.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot? Or could it be the hips?
Her most noticeable feature, the tattoo that marked her membership in Fenrir. That tattoo is a certain easy to spot area.
You never saw their face.
Okay, what specifically is the Monokuma file? Does it mention the tattoo? Because if it don't, we can't use this at all. It's completely pointless. Okay, so unfortunately, I think we need to grab something.
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba!
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand?
No, that's wrong.
I just kind of guessed. Straight up guessed.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh! No snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
When I first heard about this part, it really kind of blew me away. Oh god, some of my first reactions of playing this game is like slowly coming back to me. This was one of those to where it's like you don't really think about it, so because of that, it becomes so blatantly obvious when you see and hear it. Before anyone could say anything, and this really feeds into the character too. Kyoko was removing her gloves.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them, then put her gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof.
And it's so interesting when you play this for the very first time because you do eventually realize that throughout the entire game, her hands are always covered with her gloves because that's just how the whole thing is written. Like, she wears gloves the entire time. You never think that her hands actually are like burnt, scarred, and that's the reason why she wears the gloves, because it's a constant reminder of her burnt skin and everything.
Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet, because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then, she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
There's only one place. I can't think of anywhere else the body could have been stored. The biolab.
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body, and it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
The proof that shows the body was carried from the biolab to the garden. There's something that made its way from the biolab to the garden. Pretty sure it was the tarp.
I got it! What
Hey, I
makes
got it
me
right.
so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
That's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency, one so major it can't be overlooked.
An inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about?
La, 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 I can't hear you. La, 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about?
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think? I'm talking about your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So if I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The inconsistency has to be the one area where the numbers just don't match up.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! 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 I'm not listening!
What?
What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
Wasn't paying attention.
The inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is... the lights!
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
9 lights doesn't make sense. The number of lights should be on is 10?
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
That's right. The key to solving this mystery... Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Taka was sixth, then Hifumi was seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura was ninth. And the victim number was... and the... Fuck! The victim number 10 was Mukuro.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
And if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies than murderers, the explanation for more murders than victims, why is that? What would it take for that to make sense? Same person was killed twice.
I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far. But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
And perhaps a third time.
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious! Because Kyoko's totally delusional! Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe... Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice!
No, that's wrong. Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those 2 bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
Then it's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... Yeah, what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Mukuro alive? The one that's still alive is Mukuro? But can we really believe that? No, there's no way. There's no way Mukuro Ikusaba is still alive. She's a goner.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
For that to be true, then that couldn't have been her body we found in the garden. Is that really possible?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
Thought that was it.
Shoot!
Could it be the wounds?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
We're gonna purposely fail until we get it right.
Shoot!
Let's go with the wounds first.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
Okay, so it's not the wounds.
Shoot!
We also failed, by the way. There we go. Yeah, I thought the wounds would be it. Yes,
I
give it
refuse
another
to give
shot.
up yet.
We'll get it. We'll get it. What are our options? Wounds, file, and profile. Okay.
The body
Maybe it is a profile.
found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
Shoot!
The body we
Could
found
it
in the
be?
garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
I kind of did that as well, lol.
Shoot!
Okay, so we did the wounds.
The body we
Wait,
found
no,
in
we
the
didn't.
garden.
We didn't do that one.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So
Shit. Not what I wanted to do.
Shoot!
There's a button to speed up, and I'm trying
the body
to...
we found. It
There we go.
Wasn't then she's still...
That's right. So
I
the
still need to do
mastermind-
this
What
one.
do you say, Monokuma?
Lol.
Shoot!
I like to cover all my bases before failing.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Oh,
No,
never mind.
it's wrong.
I'm an idiot.
No. The body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Well, we confirmed somebody that was posing as Junko is dead. Yes. Now that you mention it. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse, like they do in the movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I did check, absolutely, and I can say for
She
sure.
was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Huh?
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? Checked her. She was dead, I'm sure of it. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely? Maybe she used some sort of trick. Let's maybe try... Replace? Replaced?
Now I understand. That's it! What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right! Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Hey, Nuts. Welcome.
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Yeah, I'm able to kind of somewhat remember previously, so... I might know a thing or two about the ending.
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. I need to figure out how to explain how they could have switched. After death. Right?
Shoot!
Wait, whose death? I'm an idiot. For some reason, I was thinking of Junko's death, but maybe they're talking about
I refuse
Ikusaba's
to give up
death.
yet!
Because if it's Ikusaba's death, it's before the death. But if it's Junko's death,
That's
it's
it.
after.
That's right! Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
The beginning?
I got it! The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched... then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met is actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko.
Same.
And we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
When it does come to plot twists, that's one of the reasons why I kind of fell in love with the series. I played this one, I played the second one. I'm just doing this one for a second time only. It was someone's birthday, and they were like, hey, I pretty much just said, well, what game do you want me to play? They said, how about play Trigger Happy Havoc again? So, kind of doing this for a second time, and I actually kind of forgot how good the first one was. I actually really did forget. But yeah, it's the plot twist. I just kind of fell in love. It's one of the reasons why I fell in love with the series. I still need to play the whatchamacallit, the Ultra Despair Girls, but I've always heard that's the worst of the series, so I'm kind of not looking forward to playing it. But it's on the list.
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto.
But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her.
I kind of have like a lot of games kind of lined up, so it's probably going to be a while before I touch Ultra Despair Girls. And basically, I seen the first anime. The first anime does not do this justice at all. So I heard if you want to watch the other portion of the anime series, you basically need to kind of play the rest of the game, one of them being the Ultra Despair Girls, so I kind of want to play that before I touch anything else. I definitely want to play through the actual games first before watching any of the anime, so again, it's just something on the list.
In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Yeah, I definitely want to point that out. The only way I could really do it for anybody is just read the title of the stream. Don't watch the anime, because it just does not do it justice. However, I am a fan of the series, and yes, I do want to check out the anime, but to anyone new to the series, play the video games. They are so much better. Characters even get changed. Like this dude. This guy, his whole attitude completely changes if you compare it to the anime. Because if you watch the anime, this guy, in the anime, this guy's a team player. He would actually work with everybody else. But if you play through the game, if you had to pick an antagonist amongst the students, this guy was the antagonist for the students in the game. But notice how it doesn't show up anywhere in the anime at all. Best example is like, oh hey, we all found something with this laptop. This guy just saw everything as a joke, or everything as like, oh, you're just trying to falsify evidence. I'm not gonna believe you, kind of type of thing. I'm gonna just do my own shit. And then because of storytelling, oh, you have like 20 minutes to complete your story, so to speed everything up. Otherwise, if you get that back and forth, it's gonna run into that, essentially the runtime of the anime. So because of that, they had to cut out a bunch of dialogue, so they had to turn freaking Byakuya into a team player. But he was still like, okay, but I don't quite believe you, kinda. He still, you can kind of tell they were trying to do like a quasi, he's trying to be the antagonist, but he can't be full antagonist. So he just had to question everything. But more or less, he was like a team player, and then it's just one of those things that once I saw it, I was like, oh dear God.
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity.
I know, Byakuya was ass too!
As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
Yeah, if you watch the anime itself probably isn't that bad, but because the anime, it just has that 20-minute runtime to where it's like, we gotta get everything in within 20 minutes, so good luck trying to get invested into a story when it's like, oh, well, this person just died, let's move along. But when you play the game, when you see a moment, you're like, oh shit, that just happened. So you can just kind of like go at your own pace. And because of that, all the information can just be sunken in at once. So like you can, with the game, you kind of have your own pacing. So for that extent, you could probably even say any of the novels or the manga. Again, it just kind of falls in that line of like, oh shit, that just happened. So you can just kind of like go at your own pace. But the fucking goddamn anime, I swear to God, if you just like gave like, I don't know, like instead of 20 minutes, maybe added like another 10, or maybe like added another episode or something. Do something so that way if someone dies or you get a big reveal, you kind of have that moment of like, oh shit, that just happened, and just let everything sink in. But because of the 20-minute runtime and everything else, you know, you gotta get your shit in, so whenever someone died, it was like, oh, well, go right to the goddamn fucking class trial, let's get this shit over with. So, yes! They just really just trying to speed through everything, and it's just so. Needless to say, I am like kind of like watching the anime. I'm like near the end. I just haven't been around to like watch it again, and it's just as a fan of the series, I'm just kind of it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things. I just hate the fact that the anime just speedrun it, and the more and more I think about it, is the anime it really isn't that bad. It's just they just speed through everything, and it's just you can't. It's just not the same. So that's why I highly recommend, for the love of God, any of the written stuff, the mangas, the fucking novels and shit. Read those, play the video games, but stay the hell away from the goddamn anime. It's just not worth it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I should be reading this, right? He can try to deceive us all he wants. Doesn't matter, because I've already forgotten it. I already figured it out. I'm an idiot. Fuck. He tried to hide Junko's identity, and not just once, but twice. First time was during the last investigation. I'm assuming we're talking about Mukuro Ikusaba's death. So... are we still talking about the Switch? Moments like this kind of suck, to where it's like, oh yeah, we are playing a game, and we have to try and figure this out. I kind of wasn't paying attention. Should we just go with the Biolab secret?
Shoot!
Okay, I'm an idiot. He tried to hide Junko's identity. Not just once, but twice. Ah, fuck. My mind is trying to work the thing. So, when was the information hidden? Maybe the group photo? Do we have it? Oh yeah, group photo. Nope. Present the right evidence. It has to do with Monokuma tried to keep from seeing. Tried to keep it from seeing. Huh. Fuck. Well, if I'm a brain-dead moron, we could also try... Wait a second. Okay, it's hidden evidence. Fuck. I'm really trying to remember. I don't remember either. I'm trying my best to remember, but I don't. The stupid thing is we just go down the list. We just go with Monokuma File, then we go with... But I'm trying my best to, like, do that. We could do the DVDs. We could do the DVDs.
I got it!
There you go. So you
While
got it
I was
right.
in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
It's weird when you know it, but it's like, you gotta find that specific detail, and it's like, I just went completely brain dead right there. That's on me. wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Fuck, that's right! Which, of course, meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Whoopsie! Looks like it broke out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now? Now, then, when does it matter? Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke.
You know it's bullshit, and we both know it is. No, it wasn't a fluke. The Mastermind definitely orchestrated the power outage. And that's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. Dear God, we gotta find another one. The Mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence that that revealed that. Well, at least they do this minigame. Also, watching the anime, I did kind of love the hints and references of all the mini-games that the game does.
What do you want?
It's one of those small details that I kind of love.
You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
Also, my timing is way off.
What do you want? What?
Ah, shit, they're covering it.
Are you
Fuck you, dude.
You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
You bet your ass I am. Asshole.
That's impossible.
Fuck! I should have known. Damn it! I'm an idiot. Yeah, I did love the references to the minigames. It was that one little nuance to where it's like, well, at least the anime wasn't trying to hide that this game, like, there wasn't a game that came out first. So. I think for me, I think my favorite was kind of the just overall investigating.
What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
Fuck. Need more bullets.
What do you want?
Okay.
That's impossible!
Fuck. Let's try the group photo.
What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up! That's impossible!
Fuck. Please be the group photo.
Impossible! This should prove it.
Thank you.
The wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Oh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
The unusual circumstance common with all of these pictures. It's a subtlety that you don't pick up on. But it's obvious once you see it. The unusual circumstance is... Junko's face is covered.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
When I first played this game, and they did this reveal, my first thought is... Because I thought I analyzed the photos pretty well, but I never picked up on it, not once. And then after the reveal, it was one of those things to where I thought maybe the game was fucking with me. I don't know why, but... the case is so iconic. One of the reasons why this is my favorite Danganronpa game. What's your favorite? In terms of, like, the series of, like, favorite installment... Now, of course, I only played Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair, and, of course, Kill in Harmony. My least favorite is clearly Kill in Harmony, but for me, my favorite was 2. But I think 2 had a bit of, like, 2 things going on. Because, on one hand, I went through Trigger Happy Havoc and had a blast playing it. So when I played the second installment, not only did I see, like, a bunch of references to the first game, that also I just absolutely loved. But also, some of my favorite characters were kind of popping up in 2, so I kind of, it's one of those things. I kind of have a soft spot. I'm trying to think of all the different characters. Chiaki and what's her name? Ibuki were like a couple of my favorite characters for kind of obvious reasons if you know who I am. Because basically I like video games, I love pro wrestling, and music. And out of all the things, you have Chiaki that is the ultimate gamer, you have Ibuki who is supposed to be like the ultimate musician, and it's like, how can I not love these two? Clearly. Also, because I played, Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines, I take a look at Ibuki and my first thought is, she's a fucking Malkavian at heart. Because there's one particular scene in 2 to where I wanted to cry laughing because it was just so fucking hilarious. Fucking, in what was it? Freaking, there was a case. Oh, that was it. I think that was it. Ibuki, she was doing like this big ass concert, and she was like, "Yeah, go ahead, bring in all your friends. We gotta go to the concert. Let's all go to the concert." So she's like handing out flyers and shit and all this other stuff. If you played the second one, you know what I'm about to say. So then she's like knocking on everyone's door, like, "Hey, dude, here's a flyer. We're doing a concert. You want to show up?" And then with us, we get special treatment, right? She kicks in our fucking door, hands us the doorknob, and by the way, I'm having a fucking concert. You go ahead. And then we're just like, "Ibuki, what the fuck are you doing here?" Oh god, it was because of that. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And then, on top of that, there is also Chiaki, who she really just kind of like sold the game to me. Like her big reveal thing, it was like, oh god, this game is so good, so good. Yes, 100%. And honestly, that is one of the reasons why I absolutely do love the entire series as a whole. That is one of the reasons why I love the entire series as a whole. I love the idea that you could just like find different stuff about all the different characters. By the way, comments are not popping up only because Twitch is just being Twitch. So I used to stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, but that was back in a time they didn't care. Now there's new changes. I'm kind of back on YouTube again, and yeah, this is the new shit. But yeah, fuck that. Point is, God, I just absolutely fucking love. That's one of the reasons why I love the Danganronpa series. Is the idea that you have like all these different awesome characters, and yeah, fucking love them. And Chiaki and fucking Ibuki is like a couple of my favorite characters of all time. Absolutely love them. And then now I'm reminded of 2, and it's like, no! But in the end, all awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't say I have like a favorite case or another. I just have like a favorite game and characters.
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible.
Also, as a fan, I could just talk about this shit all day. I'm not making it up. I could talk about this shit all day.
So in other words, at that point, the 2 of them hadn't switched yet.
I actually think I got something to show you guys. Hold on a second. This is how much I'm a fan. Only because I'm a big fan of music. There is one band I listen to, so I kind of like the character for like the look, but
I'm just a little bit of a fan. I think there are some others that, I think I got a couple more of Ibuki, and I think there's also like a Danganronpa. I think I have one t-shirt, I can't find it, but I think I have one t-shirt to where it's like Danganronpa 1 and 2 with all the characters combined, so. But yeah, the only reason why I haven't worn those shirts lately is because it's summer. Whenever I do the stream, I got my door closed. I got a couple of PCs running. It gets really hot in here, so now I can finally go back to wearing those shirts again. Because now I don't care. Because like now we're getting into winter, so anyway, there you go. But yeah, anyway, I'm just a little bit of a fan. Can't say I'm not a fan of the series, okay?
With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko.
And just for the record, there was a couple others I thought about getting. Because a couple other characters I thought were really good were like Shihiro, Sakura, as you see right there. There's so many characters. Kirigiri's another one. There's so many characters I absolutely love in the game. Hell, even Makoto and, you know, some of the other protagonists were just really good as well.
Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face.
I could go on, but I'm just gonna... I could just hear myself just wanting to do like a full rant, so I'm just gonna calm down just a little. Just a little.
Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Speaking of sweating, I could feel it right now. I might need to take off my sweater. I can feel the heat coming.
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
And the funny thing is, I kind of feel like me and other, like, big fans of the series kind of feel the same way. Believe me, it's more than just a game to us. Just to some of us.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, Monokuma is a good antagonist.
No, wait! Hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now.
Now, I'm actually kind of reminded, I think there's actually another anime to the creator of Danganronpa. Was it Akudama, I think? Was the name of that anime? Monokuma's... Yeah. Monokuma is one of the best antagonists. I will say that. I like him because he could be funny. There are times to where he does, like, really ruin moments, but... I mean, once you see his character, it just... He's just kind of... You love to hate him. I almost kind of feel like. But then again, that could just be a me thing. But there's moments to where he's like really having fun, and then there's other moments to where it's like, out of all the times you decided to pop in, you just had to ruin this moment. But anyway, yeah, I think there's an anime. I think it's called Akudama. I want to say it's something like Akudama Live or some shit like that. But apparently it's supposed to be from the same creator of fucking whatchamacallit. I'm gonna try and look that up. Akudama Drive. That was it. I thought it was Akudama Live. But yeah, apparently it's supposed to be from the same creator of the Danganronpa series. Yeah, I'll type it in chat if anyone is curious about it. But yeah, it's called Akudama Drive. Allegedly, I think the anime is supposed to be... I think the creator said he saw... What was it? Cyberpunk 2077, and he was like, I kind of want something that has that vibe of like just being like very futuristic. But if you watch it, you kind of see elements of what Danganronpa is supposed to be. So like if you look up Akudama Drive and like look into like the creator and everything, you would notice it's the same people. So there are like things about it. It's one because I am actually going through Cyberpunk 2077 right now. So when I heard there was a dude doing fucking a Danganronpa, but he did it with like a cyberpunk kind of type of vibe, I was like, dude, sign me up. So, and I did see the anime Akudama Drive without going into spoilers because, you know, if people haven't heard it, then, you know, it's all good. I don't know if I would say it's better, but it's definitely... There's definitely elements that show it's Danganronpa, and then there's other elements with the setting and everything else that it's clearly has like a cyberpunk kind of type of thing. I'm learning a new thing. Hey, sometimes I like to do that. If I discover shit, I'm gonna do something. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, it's called Akudama Drive, and apparently the creator said, yeah, I want to do like a cyberpunk kind of type of this and that. By the way, Andy, appreciate you stopping by over on Twitch. But anyway, yeah, but Akudama Drive, without going into spoilers, all that stuff, I want to say overall it was good. It was good. I don't know if I want to say great, but it was good. Be right back. Gotta check this out. Look it up. That's all I'm gonna say. Just look it up. Yeah, if you end up liking it, enjoy. But yeah. But anyway. Sorry, I just like to... I'm just fan of a certain series, and whenever my fandom just like kicks in, I can't help myself. I'm just one of those guys. Which, I'm seeing Andy in chat, and my first thought is, wait a second, oh god. I think I got like a pop-up thing for... to download, what is it, Like a Dragon Gaiden, and yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get to Gaiden for a while, so that's gonna be a long way to go. Actually, couldn't identify the mysterious body because it got blown up. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna be looking forward to playing Like a Dragon Gaiden, but unfortunately... Yeah, I got a message to, like, I could download it. So, I didn't look into it because I'm not going to be able to get to it in a while, but, I think it could be a, like, early install kind of type of thing. I'm going to check and see when it actually releases. But I got a thing, like, it's available to download now. So it is possible it's not going to release until a while, but... Oh no, it's actually going to release November 8th, which is today. So that's probably the reason why I got that message. So... yeah, so... Gaiden is out, officially, right now. I'm not going to download it and any of that because I'm going through Cyberpunk. I want to get through that first. And then, I thought I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard that the English dub isn't going to happen until later. Like, it's going to get like an English update thing. So, I don't know what's going on there, but I would play it now, but I'm in the middle of some games right now, so. What was the condition of the body when I first found it in the garden? I'm guessing it'll be that. Also, this is the final chapter of Danganronpa, so if you guys don't want spoilers, look away! Also, do play the game, do not watch the anime. It does not do it justice. Or read the mangas. Did the Mastermind do when the mask after they took it off? Damn it! Maybe come back to that one. Mastermind attacked me with something. What was it? Oh, if it's us, that would be the knife. But yeah, I am going to be looking forward to playing Like a Dragon Gaiden. It feels kind of weird that we're getting Gaiden, and then just like in a couple of months, we're getting, what is it, Infinite Wealth? So. Who was it that stopped them? I feel like we got a couple of images here, so I'm gonna go with this. Maybe. Oh my god, I'm gaining so much knowledge! Okay. I'm just a huge fan of the Yakuza series. I played all the way from zero, from the main story. So Yakuza's a video game, and I played 0. I played Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, here's where there was a bit of a split. Now, there is a Yakuza Like a Dragon, and everyone was saying that is the new 7. I look at it, and I say, pause. Once upon a time, I would say, yes, that would be 7. That is what would be 7. But now we're getting Gaiden, and I'm thinking, I want to say Gaiden's the new 7. Because that one's like a direct sequel. While Yakuza Like a Dragon is kind of So, I'm looking forward to playing Like a Dragon Gaiden, but it's one of those things to where if you're new, don't start with Gaiden. If you're new, don't start with Yakuza Like a Dragon, although technically that is a spin-off, but you are going to get spoilers from 5. So if you end up like, hey, I really like the series, I'm going to go back and play it. Well, guess what? You just got spoilers from 5. Speak it from me, because I found out the hard way. Because on PC, they decided to do releases like someone was just doing a game of roulette. Spin the wheel, let's see what we got. And then all of a sudden, we just get like a whole bunch of fucking... So the releases on PC was like 0, 1, 2, straight to 7. Not sure how that happens. And then we went back and was like, okay, we kind of fucked up. We'll give you 3, 4, 5. They actually did it like that. And I played it like that. And I got pissed off when I realized I got spoilers from 5. And then I got other spoilers when I realized I could actually look at a banner of a game on Steam, and I was like, is there spoilers in that banner? And I was like, yeah, I think those are spoilers in that banner in 6. So, I kind of hate the game to some degree. They give you, like, soft spoilers and stuff, and I think I saw... Oh, God. So, RGG Studios is the people behind the Yakuza series, or Like a Dragon. And basically, Like a Dragon, it's... Okay, here's the thing. I love RGG Studios, but they really don't seem to give a shit about spoilers. There are soft spoilers, and then there's like hard direct spoilers. And I will say, I guess if push comes to shove, there's probably more like soft spoilers than like hard, like, oh my god. So it's one of those things to where I kind of wish like other people would play it, so that way, like, hey, would you call this spoilers? Because I think I'm being spoiled some sort of information that I kind of don't want to know. So it's one of those things. But if you are going to play the series, if push comes to shove, you could technically start at 7 if you're like entirely new and you're more into like turn-based. But I am letting you know now, if you go down that road, you are going to get spoilers from 5. So it's one of those things. If you want to go in spoiler-free, just go all the way to 0 and you're good. Because if you go with 0, 1, 2, 3, etc., like, you're solid. In my opinion, 0's the greatest game of the entire series. I would even arguably say it's probably one of the greatest games known to man, in my opinion. It's only the one downside with Yakuza 0 is... Now, this, depending on how you look at it, is either a positive or a negative. For me, it's a positive. For other people, maybe it's a negative. The game is too long. That's a positive in my book, but then again, I like to... Well, on Steam, I think it released for like $20, and you just released like the greatest game known to man for $20, and that was at launch. And then now, if you find it on a sale, you could get it for like $5. $5 US. And yeah, it's... I just really love the series. So apparently today, Like a Dragon Gaiden kind of just released. So yeah, once again, I'm a fan. I just have a tendency of just locking on whenever I just see myself just, I'm a fan. I'm gonna talk about it. After surprise attack failed, Mastermind fled my room. It's gotta be like one of these two. Let's maybe go here. Hopefully that will work. Do with the mask after took it off. Probably switched it, right? Yes. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about any of the games or animes that I'm talking about, please feel free. Also, on that note, I would also say if you want to join the Discord and talk to me on there, feel free as well. I try to usually read most of my DMs. The likelihood of like actually replying or responding is like, if you interact with me on stream, there's a good chance I will get, and if I remember you, I would get to the message as soon as I possibly can. What was the identity of the ultimate fashionista who I met in the main hall? That has to be it. Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body? Okay, so we might have it. I think we're good.
The killer is you! We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko Enoshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind...
I even made a Minecraft Danganronpa inspired map to do a killing game hosted for my friends. That actually sounds fucking awesome. That actually sounds really fucking awesome. If you have like a group of friends that is like really into like Danganronpa, I swear to God, if anyone streamed that, I think that would actually be really cool to watch. Actually, to actually partake in it, I actually don't know how I would feel about it, because I think it's one of those things to where I would find really cool for a little bit, and I probably might get like a little. Maybe not be as interested as like at the start or something, but like to like sit down and like watch like a stream or something, that actually would sound really cool to like see like a group of friends actually like play out like a Danganronpa thing. That actually sounds really cool. But yeah, the Yakuza series, basically if you are into, oh dear God, apparently I've had the audio muted this entire time. I'm an idiot. But yeah, the Yakuza series, it's a great game. Again, it's one of those things to where if a game is too long, it's hard to recommend it. Plus, not everyone would probably be able to like play the game if you're on PC, and you know, there is a moderator of mine who, to this day, I watched a slideshow of Yakuza 0. I could safely say that was the best slideshow of my favorite game I've ever saw. I swear to God, he was in my Discord, and he's just like sending me screenshots in my Discord, and I'm just like, I'm fully aware of what's going on his screen. And we're just having a moment in my Discord, and we're just going like back and forth, like, oh my God, it's this moment, dude, it's happening, and oh God, it was just a fucking blast. And but yeah, needless to say, his PC couldn't really run Yakuza, but it was just one of those things. But yeah, all of a sudden, I don't know why, but hearing a Minecraft server with like a Danganronpa vibe to it, with a whole killing game, that actually sounds very interesting to me.
Junko Enoshima.
Also, sorry I had the game muted.
Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue. Until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden.
There's only one last thing I want to point out. The Yakuza series, I actually never thought it was going to come to PC. As a fan, I was like, well, maybe it would come to PC. I had like a friend of mine who would always talk big about the Yakuza series, but I never actually played it. And then when Zero released, he bought the game. We had family share, and it ended up being one of the greatest experiences I ever had. And I fell in love with it ever since, and I just wanted more out of it. And basically, the game kind of started on PlayStation, but eventually, over time, I guess they thought, well, we need more exposure, get more fans in on this. So eventually it got to PC, it's now on Xbox. Xbox more or less had the same experience with the PC version, to where it was released in a very odd order of 0, 1, 2, right to 7, yada yada yada, all that stuff. So there are spin-offs of the game as well. Another game of the series, but it's a spin-off, is Judgment and Lost Judgment. I am planning on playing Lost Judgment hopefully sometime soon. I was originally planning I want to play Judgment first, and then somewhere on down the road get Lost Judgment, yada yada yada. But now, because of Gaiden's out, I'm now reminded maybe I should just kind of flip things around. So I might play Gaiden first before doing Judgment and Lost Judgment. But anyway, before I start going into a tangent,
she fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place.
also, now that I think about it, if anyone wants me to, I could probably play the opening intro to Yakuza 0 if you want like a experience of like what Yakuza 0 kind of looks like in terms of like its characters and different stuff. I think I might look through it just to make absolutely sure if there's no spoilers, but from what I recall, I'm pretty sure Yakuza 0 didn't have any spoiler-related stuff in its intro, but yeah, but at the very least, there is like a banger song that kind of plays, and I get hyped every single time when I launch Yakuza 0. It's just so good. But anyway, I digress.
Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima! That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Honestly, I actually that's another reason why I really love the Danganronpa series, is they really try and tell this story of hope versus despair. I actually kind of love it. I kind of get like the sense of like, with hope and despair, it's like another way of like saying life and death, and it's just really good storytelling.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Of course!
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world!
One small little detail that is really good when it comes to Junko, you really do kind of need more than one voice running it, and when you do look up the information of like the people that do the voices and stuff, you really do kind of need more than just one voice actor for it. Because if you have one that could be like really good, like when it comes to like the depressing side or the upbeat, you really need like two voice actors that could like really kind of hit those ranges. It's one small thing that I just ended up loving about this.
We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
No!
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind? She's the real Junko Imashima?
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day.
Also, if you listen to the voice actors, you could almost kind of pick up, okay, that's when it switches.
It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her, too, somewhere. It was definitely before I got to this school. I think it was before arriving, right?
I got it! That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
Also, I recently played Persona 5, and when I hear Hina's voice in the game, of course, The only voice actors in the English voice actors that switch over. One thing I can say about the anime, if you do listen to the Japanese voice actors, they are the only ones that stay the same. But everybody else on the English side, it's only Makoto, at least in the first one. Again, I still haven't seen the second one because I gotta play Ultimate Despair Girls. It's on the list. And when it comes to the voice actors, it's all of them are really good, but the one that I kind of was like, oh, I know her. Hina, the voice actor to Hina in the game is basically, what is it? Persona 5. She does, God damn it. The name's on the tip of the tongue. Morgana. She does the character Morgana in Persona 5, and once you hear the voice, it's like, oh, it's her. I love it. I remember seeing a clip of Celeste's VA was in Mickey's Funhouse or whatever it was called. It was kind of funny. It's one of those things to where when you pick up where some of the other voice actors come from, I kind of grew up watching a lot of cartoons and stuff, so like all the old Hanna-Barbera shows, I'm kind of fascinated with like voice actors and how they do work, and so it's just one of those things to where you slowly start to pick up, especially in anime. There are a lot of like voiceovers that voice actors that kind of like they do all kind of types of different projects, and on an occasion there are just certain voices that you just pick up on. It's like, oh, it's that person. It is really interesting to like, you could kind of almost follow the timeline of like what other animes and TV shows they did over the years. But yeah, it's kind of awesome. All I can say is very good voice actors across the board. All of them are really good. I wouldn't say the voice acting was watching the anime again, the English voice acting in Danganronpa, the first one. I now want to say I think the voice actors are actually not that bad in the anime, but if you are used to the voices in the game, I think the voice acting in the game was kind of done a little bit better. It just takes some getting used to, but once you get used to the voices in the anime, it's actually not that bad. But if push comes to shove, I just kind of like the voice actors that was in the game, personally. But all in all, even the anime voice actors were pretty good. But then again, that's just me, so it just takes some getting used to. I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course, those are totally photoshopped. Photoshopped? This whole interaction took place when we first played the game. Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with, like, computers and junk. So they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same, because she was a different person all along.
I'm me, and Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins?
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it.
One example is small spoilers, but I kind of hate to bring it up because I haven't played the game. So, playing the first one, we end up discovering that Junko and Ikusaba are two sisters. One example of like what I'm talking about when it comes to soft spoilers. Ultra Despair Girls, I haven't played it, and yet for some reason I kind of feel like I'm gonna hear the story of Junko and Mukuro Ikusaba, so... And something tells me we're gonna hear the story of all of that, but because I haven't played the game, I don't know. But just offhand, my mind did go down that route of like, I think I just got soft spoilers. I'm pretty sure that's what it's gonna be about, but it's one of those things I still want to go in completely blind. I want to be wrong, but something tells me I think I know what I'm about to get into. Never thought this minor detail was so life plot changing. The story in this game is just so good, I kind of feel. The characters, everything about them, and the plot twist is just so good. This is one more reason why I kind of also, for that same reason, I kind of fell in love with the Yakuza series, with the plot twist. It just puts your head on a swivel, and you just... Oh, the characters are just so likable. Even the ones you're supposed to hate, you just kind of... There's just something about them. You just kind of like them. Perhaps it's something in the water in Japan, but maybe that's just me overthinking.
So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
if you're gonna play Ultra Despair Girls, I'm assuming is what that is, make sure to do some trigger warnings. That game is so messed up. Noted.
Me, Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over?
Also, I just now realized, I think there was some games on Switch, I think that got ported, well, actually, no, I think the entire series actually did get ported over to, the Danganronpa series got ported over to Switch, but I think there's also some new games that Switch may have added. Unfortunately, one of the problems with that is, I'm kind of on PC, so I kind of have no plans on getting a Switch. Not saying, like, the Switch is bad and, like, don't get it. It's just, I kind of don't want to get a Switch just to play a single game. My mind just don't work like that, so I kind of prefer to just kind of, like, stick to one platform. If it happens, it happens. So, I'm kind of fingers crossed and hoping maybe somewhere on down the line, maybe even, like, with PlayStation, a lot of games are getting ported over to PC, so as much as I do want to play the Switch, the games that are popping up with Danganronpa on Switch, as much as I want to play those games, unfortunately, I'm kind of holding out hope that maybe they get over to PC, so yeah, basically I'm just kind of on PC these days. I'm grinning so hard. Oh, God. I will admit, some of the stuff that we're about to get into, when you first see it, it is so weird when you first, like, come across it. So, to some people, this is probably hard to get used to.
Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well,
I suppose I'd better explain. For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes.
You gotta love when it switches hard like that. When you first go through it, it might be a little hard to get used to, but after a while, like, when you become a fan of the series, now I'm looking at this and it's like, fuck yeah, dude.
The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities: atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
What? Huh? This wasn't supposed to. Why me?
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
I could imagine. I could imagine.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
I will say this, if you turn off your brain and just try and not, like, think about, like, what's happening next and just kind of live in the now, it is so, like, what the fuck is going on? Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure when I played the other portions of the series, unfortunately, I didn't have a face cam, but believe me, throughout most, especially 1 and 2, and even 3 for that matter, when those big moments do happen, I I'm telling you right now, basically my jaw is dropped, and I am just shocked at just everything I'm seeing. Because most of the time, yeah, I just go in, just turn off my brain, entertain me, and it is utterly amazing and just shocking sometimes, the plot twist. It's just so good.
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited. Killing my precious sister with my own 2 hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that.
Why the hell does she have, like, fucking mushrooms in her hair? Like, why?
Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else.
I think my brain is actually going like, was I so shocked about the voice the entire time of like just seeing like the mood swings? I just never thought, why the hell does she have fucking mushrooms in her hair?
She must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So, I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood. Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer, so how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating.
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then, we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Never looked it up myself personally, but there's a part of me that almost kind of wants, like, if Monokuma, whoever does the voice of Monokuma, I almost kind of wish that they themselves had, like, a voice for Junko, but this is one of those things. But yeah, if it's been a while since you last seen, like, the finale and everything, you almost kind of forget how many different voices that is done, for sure. Thinking back to what Monokuma told us, memories that were stolen from us and what they must be related to... Is it founding of Hope's Peak? Let's see, motives Monokuma came up with. I'm gonna say founding of Hope's Peak. I'm an idiot.
Shoot!
Once again, I'm just kind of just turning off my brain and just vibing here. Oh, is it motives?
I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question.
Also, I I think it's been like a couple of months since I last played this game, so I'm kind of like picking it up again.
Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Thing for the motive Monokuma gave us for the first murder. Monokuma gave us those DVDs. On the DVD was footage of my family. On Sayaka's, her and her friends, they had a dream they all shared. So for the first murder, the motive we were given was... It's definitely these two. Human connections?
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships.
I would say one of her
For
personalities.
example, your family.
I would say at least one of her personalities probably has good manners, but I don't know about that. Something along those lines.
For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
For the second murder, the motive's theme was... That's when we got those weird envelopes and mentioned how I... Fuck! Seemed like it was the past. I'm gonna say the past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was...
The theme... Her voice is just so upbeat, and yet... Oh god. I'm just kind of getting a laugh of, like, the timing and what she says.
Embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
Name for the third murder was... Reason Celeste turned to murder was... She wanted to buy an European castle, live there with a bunch of yada yada yada. I want to say greed.
I got it! It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it
third murder was the best. The one with Mondo and Chihiro? Or was that the second one? I think I'm getting Celeste and Chihiro's murder next up. I'm trying to think. Third murder. I don't know why, but my brain just went dead. My apologies. I'm the worst.
Goddamn straight it was money. Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
But Celeste's case was very interesting because there was like so much happening at once. And the one with Mondo and Chihiro, I actually kind of thought that one was unique because the whole backstory to Chihiro I kind of didn't see that coming, and that one I think was like for me one of the most shocking, or just kind of like I didn't think they were going to go that route, and I don't know, just I kind of thought that one was like the most intriguing to me, to where it was like, without looking into the background and everything, I just kind of I just felt so bad for Chihiro, and it was one of those things to where I kind of feel like you could be strong in more ways than one, and I felt bad for Chihiro because Chihiro just kind of had like this like idea of like always wanting to be stronger, and it's just I just kind of felt bad for Chihiro. And then with Celeste, I did like that one just for the sheer fact, like, hey, everybody, go downstairs. Hey, everybody, go on the second floor. Like, we're all running around and, like, doing shit. And it's like, I remember when I first did that for the first time, it was just so, like, there was just so much information getting thrown at me right now. I was just, like, so confused. But, yeah. Anyway. Some of the cases just kind of just blew me away, at least with me. I'm trying to think of, like, what my favorite one from the first one was.
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go. Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
I was actually just kind of about to say that. Sakura did kind of sell me a little bit with her character. Like, I kind of didn't really care at first with Sakura, and then when I heard, like, what she did, it was just so... Like, I kind of fell in love with the character. Hearing everything, like, what she did, like, standing up for her friends and all that stuff, wanting to take it to the mastermind. Something about that I just kind of saw as just noble as fuck, and I was like... Sakura's one of the best fucking characters in the game, I gotta say. Having a double death, attacking robot people, yeah, I was just seeing all that, like, my mind was just kind of like, what the fuck is going on? I was just trying to keep up with everything. Sakura really kind of just, like, sold everything to me. Like, like, my attitude really changed with Sakura. When I first saw her, I was like, okay, she's, like, this, like, incredibly, like, just, she's a martial artist, so she's, like, really tall, really beefy and everything, and it's like, okay, just kind of being different. And then when you hear the story, it's just like, oh god, I just wanted to cry so bad. But then again, I could almost say that with just about any of them. Because, like, with Chihiro, I really wanted to cry really bad, because I felt like Chihiro needed a Sakura in their life, you know what I mean? So... And then with Sakura, it was just super noble, and it was just... I went from just, like, being indifferent, kind of don't care, and then it was just like, you know what, she's like one of the best fucking characters in the game. Fuck you if you say otherwise. The motive in the case of Sakura's death was it made Sakura yada yada yada, Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret. So the theme of the motive in the fourth case was... well, it definitely was fucking blackmail. Well, then again, Sakura's blackmailed.
Shoot!
Yeah, Sakura was blackmailed. But I guess that's not the theme. But her motive for doing it... there was a lot of secrets. Betrayal.
Shoot!
Betrayal in...
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards.
Right, because we all wanted to turn against her. I'm an idiot.
Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
Alright, Han, see you on Saturday's stream. We will be playing Cyberpunk, so I'm going to be definitely looking forward to that, so appreciate you. By the way, I usually stream Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday for anyone new to the stream, so Twitter, Discord for when I go live and all that good stuff, so.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world.
But yeah, wish you the best, Han. Take care.
In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world.
Also, I'm the worst. Appreciate you, Crystal Plays, for the follow to the stream. I don't have my... I can't hear my notifications when they come in anymore, so ever since I have a 2 PC set up, I just kind of... I kind of have no choice but to kind of have everything muted, kind of. So, I apologize. So I actually have to look at my feed and read it.
This is what we refer to as the Seed of Despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the Seed of Despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
Yeah, the voices are so good.
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Huh? Really? Then hurry up and tell us.
I'll buy that for $1. I want to know what's going on at Crazy Eddie's.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
The outside world?
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You want to see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I want to see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
The bear has taken over. Is this what's happening at Crazy Eddie's? Dear God, they have a fire sale.
What the?
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If
They're
you
sipping
can't
so
remember,
much.
please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, because now it's time for the final class trial! Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
If nobody can remember anything, this is the end for all of us. What other choice do we have?
I think we have to grab something. I can't remember. Is it all over? I mean, how can she show me something so completely incomprehensible and then just say remember? Every single one of us has lost our memory. It really is hopeless after all. No, wait, there's a chance she hasn't... Oh! That would make sense.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
If nobody can remember anything...
Nope, you do.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, because she has dual memories,
Actually,
so...
she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
Yeah, the first one is kind of more simplistic. I think still to this day, I can't do the, what is it, the sword minigame. I think it came back for Kill and Harmony, and I was like, I remember doing it in the first one. I was like, I don't think I could get it down. So it's sometimes some of the mini games I just had to like just kind of guess it.
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her?
Just obsessed with death games, and mainly Danganronpa. I can see it.
Absolutely not. That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity.
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Da-da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer. Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye, aye, Roger, you got it, Captain!
When two psychos meet for the first time.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier? I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know? Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
A tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening. But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
What?
Why is that phrase coming up now?
'Cause it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is... now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it.
Hey, Bubble Pop.
I
Welcome.
guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Yeah, I'm just finishing up my second playthrough
And
here.
as a result, in basically no time flat,
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
Yeah, this is my second playthrough of it. I already went through all of this a long time ago. I forget when. Could have been back in, like, 2020, I think? So, and basically it was someone's birthday that I know of, and they were like, well, there's a couple of games I talk very big about, and the ones I talk the most about are probably the Yakuza series, Danganronpa, and Persona. And these three games are just so good. And since I talked really big about Danganronpa, they heard about it, and they were kind of not sure if they wanted to play it, so here I am. So for them, I kind of did it, so. I have yet to play any Yakuza game. Start with zero. Start with zero. I'm only slowly playing the Persona. I played Persona 4, the best ending I've ever came across. That was the hardest I ever cried on stream, was playing Persona 4. And absolutely loved it. I think Persona 5 was better in terms of just having a better just all-around gameplay and everything. So, but that's just me. But in terms of just straight ending, I think 4 was just so good. Oh yeah, believe me, I'm going to try my best to stay away from spoilers for sure. Because these three games, Danganronpa, Yakuza, Persona, all three of them are very rich in story, which is one of the reasons why I absolutely love these games. So, like, whenever I talk about them, it's like, okay. They're good. Listen, they're good. I can't talk about it because of spoilers. But take my word for it, 10 out of 10 will absolutely play again. So, gonna try and beat 4 at the moment. Really? Nice. Yeah, that's all you're just gonna get out of me, is just simply 4 is good in terms of its ending, not going any further than that, but yeah, ending is so good. But that's all you're gonna get out of me. Other than that, it's just simply 10 out of 10, one of the best games I ever played. And again, without going into spoilers, 5 was also good, but I just preferred 4's ending. I just thought it was better. But other than that, again, just Persona 5, another game, 10 out of 10. I haven't played 3 yet, so there is Persona 3 Reloaded. I want to play that first. I do have Portable, but I was thinking maybe go ahead and do Reloaded, and then we could do like a Japanese playthrough, like with the Japanese voice actors. Play it again, but on the portable version, but also see like the comparison between the two. So I think that would be interesting. So that's what, and that's not the first time I've done it like that, because with Yakuza Like a Dragon, when I played that, I was like, fuck it, we're just gonna go ahead and just do 2 playthroughs. We're gonna do the English version, see the English voice actors, and then we're also gonna do... No, wait, I did the Japanese voice acting first, because that's how the voice acting was originally done since its beginning. And then now with Yakuza Like a Dragon, they're now doing dual English and Japanese voice acting, so... But yeah. But all I can just say is all these games are just really good. Oh, you gotta go to sleep? Good luck on the Danganronpa second playthrough. Much appreciated, Nuts. Get some sleep. Get some sleep.
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
That's enough of your little lover's quarrel.
I actually recently discovered that Gaiden released today, so... Like a Dragon Gaiden released today, so that's part of the Yakuza series, so apparently... I kind of am still going through Cyberpunk, so I'm doing that this weekend, and yeah, so apparently I'm just not going to be able to get around to Gaiden for a while.
Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right?
Also, I hate talking over dialogue, so I apologize. I'm the worst.
The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words...
Appreciate the follow, Bubble Pop.
That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Yeah, but I seriously do hope that you do end up enjoying the Persona games. In my experience, they're good. I just got to get to getting. I actually don't know when Reloaded is coming out, so, but I definitely want to get that first before I plan anything. At the moment, I'm just going to be playing. At some point, I'm going to play Gaiden. I'm going through Cyberpunk now. Apparently, I think in like January or February, we're going to be getting Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I still haven't even pre-ordered that yet, so this is safe to say I got quite a few games on my list.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
So many choices. Well, I hate to say this, guys, but I think the Togami family fell.
Correct. Well done, peasant.
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it. Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think that might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop? And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago!
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here. Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Wait, what? 2 years ago? What does that?
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
His brain needs rest. Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko said is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, but the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so, the memories she took from us should be Hope's Peak, right?
I got it! If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. Nope. No. Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. But that's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe it. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Here we go again? Marvelous. Just marvelous.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
This is all just surreal.
Plus, if 2 years have passed, how freaking old am I?
Everyone's so conflicted.
I think it's the locker pocketbook, I think. I don't want to believe it, but I know there's evidence that reveals the time as students we lost.
2 years?
Wait, students we lost? Is there something? Oh shit.
I could never lose something like that.
I was wanting to pull this up. Let's see. So then it's probably the locker notebook.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
No, that's wrong.
We have evidence.
Hiro, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, Why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the second floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Wuzza, is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak. But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right?
Never heard someone so excited to go to a funeral.
And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Where our memories come apart. If she's talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories, I can only think of one time. Just after I set foot in the main hall for the first time, and that was... We did faint. When I fainted?
The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on the desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by!
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it! All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair! Our plan to bring despair to all mankind!
The ultimate despair, all mankind.
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst! Everyone was enjoying themselves so much! You were all having the time of your lives!
but that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro.
My bit rate is really tanking right now. I'm gonna see if it's gonna recover. I think I saw 700 bit rate. Let me double check and see if the stream is still intact. Because if my internet's acting up, I hate continuing. I still see like 1,000, and it's still kinda... Okay, we're back to 200, or 2,000. If the stream is still intact, I'm happy, but... Dear God, I hate to see that. I just happened to look over and it's like, that bitrate should be higher. Okay, I think we're good, but... I should not be seeing 700 bitrate. If I see 700 bitrate, then that means the my internet is basically kind of acting up. So I'm gonna check one last and final thing real quick here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, everything's fine, but yeah, I shouldn't be seeing 700 bit rate. It should be 4000, and basically if I see 1000, I kind of stop, and I saw 1000, I was like, oh no. Okay, I think it's fine now, but Jesus Christ.
Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once! So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter! That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah, I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
My guess is the headmaster. The person who turned Hope's Peak Academy into a shelter and isolate us here.
I got it! Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it
it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Only let us live? So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school deathmatch. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
What the Mastermind did to show everyone in the outside world was Hangman's Gambit. Alright. Really? I guess kind of took a shot in the dark. Oh, it's Hijack.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
Truth full of despair. That's...
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay?
Even the serial killer has morals.
You're totally awesome, right? We get it already! Don't help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself. So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes, truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you. For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Oh, yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple! You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it! You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did you? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry, I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean, we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me? Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Sacrifice me, but that's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
The final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone, I have to make them remember, I have to convince them to not give up. To live in despair, that's not really living at all. Let's do it. And there's my 1000 bit rate. Hopefully it gets better.
We won't.
Also, just to double check and make sure. I swear to God, when my internet starts acting up, like it just really puts me on edge. Still dancing around that 1000, and I don't like it. I'm just double checking and making sure. Because at least if it's stable enough that it doesn't break the stream in two, I'm kind of like, well, at least maybe you guys were able to hear something, even though the stream might be pixelated. Okay, we're back in the 2000s, so I'm gonna say we're good.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
That would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy. By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting. So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Sorry.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me! So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here! The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore! What matters is my own gut feelings!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this. And I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
Don't lose hope now.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, That would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't lose hope now!
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
we won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now!
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you?
Hey, we're the ultimate hope.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. But I still.
You suck! What do is a joke. Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. What do you want? So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
Everything is pointless.
What? Fuck you, game. Alright, let's do this. Apparently I was fucking around too much. I can't help myself.
Is the... I refuse to give up yet.
Oh, it's just so good. I'm just a fan of Danganronpa. I was almost kind of like feeling like a beat there for a second.
Suck. What do you want? So uncool. You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. What do you want? So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless.
Oh shit.
Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
Everything is pointless. No. You suck. What do you want? So uncool. You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Oh, it's so good. Wait, really? That's too many A's, man. I usually fail at this. Alright, fine. Wait, why do we still get coins at this point in the game? It's over.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
Yeah, I just love the Danganronpa series. This is so good.
The hell?
Indeed.
You lost, Junko.
I lost?
Yes. I lost? Me? No way.
Well, that's just...
It can't be. You still don't accept it. Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just... totally the best!
Huh?
So this is despair.
We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredible detailed plan, I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far and fail at the very end.
True despair.
It's the most ultimate despair. It's the most ultimate despair. What are you talking about?
And now
Don't you see? I was so hopeless, desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. It is my first and last. Colossal despair here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest grade despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
This is weird. I am so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Different strokes for different folks, I guess. Wait, is she enjoying this?
Anyway,
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally the best!
Outside, only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we've decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. What she said. Everyone!
hey,
You said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
however,
But the same is true for hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko.
No.
Stop it. Stop. I hate those faces you're making. To see those awful looks cause me nothing but pain.
There's one last thing.
Fine. Let me just say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on this word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned. From this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide, maybe you'll find some hope, but there is a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope? Of course. Because we...
It's fine.
Shut up. That was a rhetorical question. You interrupt my monologue. I'm almost done, though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
it can't be.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I wanted you to die. You don't have to.
Stop it!
Guess that answers that question.
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living beings, me, no hope at all. All I want now is to taste that despair of death that you only get once in a life. So...
Don't get in my way! So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful! Even a tenth of this despair. Even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, Let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Well, show's over. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Inoshima, The Ultimate Despair, Life of Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. Chapter 6, Ultimate Pain, Ultimate Suffering, Ultimate Despair, Ultimate Execution, Ultimate Death. Why do we get this? Show's over. Go home. Sure, I guess. Bam. But even after saying it, it was all over. It was not like the building exploded or collapsed on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said. They shut off immediately. That was the only difference. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door. Nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. That was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But, in the end,
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Would you like to do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we got. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. In the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
Do you have to read into what she said to what she said
too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
I'll force you out. She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here. But you never knew. Maybe it was actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she'd let us leave here alive.
it's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. Yeah, I guess that's true. There's nothing to worry about.
Beautiful scissors!
Because apparently she really loves scissors. Is that a reference? If something ever happened to Master, I'd take my scissors and jam them so far up. Well, at least she never finished the sentence. But now, I am at the edge of my seat. Shove it up what? Just what? His trash bin? His trash bin is probably trash. Probably needs to be set on fire. You don't need to be shoving scissors up there. Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We are just about to leave the school. Wait, leave? We can go outside? Then that means me and Master can get married. And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby.
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I encountered so far.
Anyway,
don't worry, I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But
It's what happens after we get that I'm worried about. It's after we get out that I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks...
For serious?
Maybe when we get out of here, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. On that other side of the door is a world as peaceful as we remember. A lie? Peaceful? As we remember? Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we are meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike this school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair, no matter what, but there also has to be lots of hope, right?
in other words,
The act of searching for hope to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I will go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it!
Well, my first stop is I'm going to be is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there are no more donut shops or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make them myself. And if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat. I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation, fate is telling me to remake the world. That's my hope.
How about that?
I'll search the next stage, the next chapter of Yashiro Hakakure's life story is about to begin. Thanks, Hina. You've totally opened my eyes. Hey, personal space, buddy. You're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out of there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? There's so few of us, and we are so small, so what can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
I thought you were gonna stop doing the fortune thing. Are you already going back on that? What happened to that whole recreating the world or something? He opened his eyes, apparently.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
Well, at least that's the only thing that's burning.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Good call. It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up. I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. The door began to open. With my hands, with our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. And just like before, we don't know what happens. Let your imagination run wild. Taking all bets. Nothing happened.
You can headcanon anything you want. For all we know, there was a giant, like, fucking donut shop just right there, and everyone just said, screw it. That's Hina's call. Donuts are being destroyed. To literally headcanon everything you want. But yeah, I would say I'm a huge fan of, wait, Monami? Did I just say Monami? I thought Monami was in 2, not the first one. Maybe I missed something. Oh well. But anyway, yeah. Danganronpa is a very, very solid game. Do not recommend the anime at all. Or at least the first one. I still need to see the rest, but to my understanding, I basically have to play 2, 3, and Ultra Despair Girls, but... And I thought I heard for the next one, they actually have, like, its own story, and it's supposed to be, I think, a prequel to the second one, so... But there might be some tidbits of information from Ultra Despair Girls, or at least that's what I heard. So, I haven't seen any of the other ones, so I am kind of curious to see the anime. I'm hoping it's good, but I could only hope. But yeah, once I finish Ultra Despair Girls, I am gonna check out the anime for sure. So far, what I've seen of it, what I've heard of it, everything is good. It's just, yeah, the game is just so much better. Night and day difference better. It just doesn't compare. It's just not the same. Because with the anime, you're on like a 20-minute, you know, run time, so you gotta get your stuff in. And don't get invested, because the second something big happens, you just gotta move on. But when you play the game, you can kind of go at your own pace. I could only imagine that the anime, were not the anime, but the, whatchamacallit, the, freaking mind drawing a blank. Fucking, the novels and mangas, I'm sure they would, like, be able to do everything. Again, just kind of go at your own pace. But when you're on a 20-minute runtime, it just doesn't. It's the same thing with Persona, to where it's a great game, but play the game because the anime just does not do it justice. But if you play the game, then give the anime a try. I will say, the first time seeing the anime, I will say it was really difficult to get used to the voices. I just couldn't. But now, watching it for a second time, knowing that the voices are not going to be the same, the voices actually weren't that bad. They were just fine. So, yeah. Other than voices change, it's all fine. And then there's the 20-minute runtime that, it just speeds everything up. So with the game, you kind of have like more dialogue back and forth. There's like more diverse characters in that regard, so. But yeah, all in all, really good. I don't know when I'm going to get to Ultra Despair Girls, but whenever I decide it, I'm going to be looking forward to it. Good stuff.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma, and I am this school's headmaster.
And out of all the voices, he was the one that needed to stay the same. Everybody else could change, but god damn it, you needed to have Monokuma be the fucking the one that stays the same. You could change everybody else, but for the love of God, please have him stay the same. But no, they wanted the main protagonist to be the one to where, oh, their voices don't change. So, but yeah, just for shits and giggles, I'm actually gonna load up Yakuza 0, just because there are 3 games I constantly talk big about, and I do need to see if there are spoilers at all, so I do need to check that. I could safely say I do have the game all downloaded, even after all these years. But yeah, that's pretty much the stream. I do need to double check and make sure that the I do need to check and make sure that the there's no spoilers, but yeah, I love, there's 3 games I absolutely love: Danganronpa, Persona, and Yakuza. So, I don't know when I'm going to get to Gaiden, but Gaiden, Like a Dragon Gaiden is going to happen. At some point, I'm going to need to download it, so. And I'm sure my data cap is going to be a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah, so I'm watching the Yakuza 0 intro. I swear to God, every time I fire up the game, I just get hyped with this. Yeah, so far I'm not seeing any spoilers. It says sometimes there's like soft spoilers, and it's like, eh. Now. Yeah, Yakuza 0 was just so well written. Love the characters, love... There's nothing about it I don't like. Okay, I could safely say I think that was good, so... Yeah, I'll play it for you guys. So if anyone's curious about, like, what the game looks like and everything, yeah, this is it. Love this game, by the way. So good. Oh, it's just so good. I love everything about it. The intro, the characters. It's just one of the greatest fucking games of all time. But anyway, I know I was talking about like Yakuza 0 every so often. Oh god, it's just so good. No other game could really compare to it. But then again, that's just me. I'm trying to think if there's anything I need to. I think I could start on Like a Dragon Gaiden, but I really don't want to. So I think what I'll probably end up doing is I'm gonna hate myself for this, but I think for the Wednesday stream, I think what I'll probably do is probably end up doing Payday 3. I don't want to, because I pretty much did everything in the game. It's only when I know there's like a friend of mine that is like still trying to level up. I don't mind leveling up other people, because it kind of gives me a reason to kind of like play the game, but I mean, like, for myself, to play the game for myself, I did everything I wanted. So I don't know. I'm just kind of in that spot with Payday 3. But I think that will probably be the new Wednesday streams. I'm not looking forward to it, because it's like, how many more times can I play the same 8 heists over and over and over again? It's now to the point to where I think I actually have way more enjoyment trying to see what heists I could do on the hardest difficulty entirely by myself. That's where I kind of have like a little bit more of like, this is actually kind of intriguing to me. So, but other than that, I kind of have like zero interest in doing so. But then again, unless there's a game on my playlist or in my library that I'm kind of looking forward to playing, until that happens, and I'm sure there's plenty of games in here that I could fire up, but I don't know. Wednesday streams, I basically just want to finish Cyberpunk. That's like my main go-to. Because, like, I could do Persona 3 Portable, but I think I want to do Reloaded, because we know that Reloaded is going to happen, which... When's that release date? Persona 3 Reloaded is February. So basically, I get freaking Like a Dragon... Infinite Wealth in January, and then in February, Persona 3 Reloaded. Dear God. My problem is these games are not quick. They're usually like 100-hour playthroughs, so I know for a fact it's going to take me like a month, a good couple of weeks to get through it, and that's just if I play constantly, but yeah, it's going to take up a month or so. So I'm just kind of not looking forward to that, because Gaiden just released today. I don't want to get started on Gaiden because I kind of want to save that for a weekend stream, kind of like how I'm doing with Cyberpunk, but I also want to finish Cyberpunk, so take that information for what you will. But yeah, I think the Wednesday streams will probably do Payday 3, but I'm kind of not looking forward to it. Anyway, I'll just kind of go through my list and see what games that kind of interest me. Pretty much I'm going to be ending the stream here, but I'm going to do my usual stuff for any lurkers and what have you. Next stream will be on Saturday. We will be doing the Cyberpunk awesomeness. I'm going to be really looking forward to that. And somehow I screwed up the word next because I'm a goddamn moron. Alright, whatever. But yeah, next stream will be on Saturday, and we'll be doing Cyberpunk 2077. I'm just a huge fan of it. I think it's really awesome. I'm almost at max level with the game, and I'm not gonna lie, past couple of days, I kind of wanted to fire it up just because it's like, if I could get into a couple of fights on the streets, I could probably level up just a little bit more. So it's, my mind is constantly in that state of like, I just want to level up just a little bit more. Just allow me this. I just want to level up just a little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a couple more fights. I swear to, and honestly, I think I'm at the point in the game to where it's like a couple of fights is not going to really do a whole lot of good, but then again, it also gives me a reason to just fire up Cyberpunk and just have fun. So it's just one of my favorite games. And yeah, so I don't know when I'm going to get to Like a Dragon Gaiden. I really want to play it. I know it's going to be good. It's going to be freaking awesome. I already have the game. I just need to install it. But I'm going to wait on it because I don't want to have... Because if I jump into every fucking game that's going to be coming out right now, because like I'm still going through Cyberpunk, if I start up Gaiden, Infinite Wealth is around the corner. So if I decide to get that game, if I decide to get Persona, I'm going to be having like 4 games back to back to back to each other that are all like 100-hour playthroughs. So yeah, that's the reason why I kind of want to knock out one and then focus on the next. And then again, I could also, most likely what is going to happen is I'm just going to wait for Persona to come down in price. I'm going to wait for Infinite Wealth to come down in price. Plus, I'm now reminded, I think there's a Persona 5 Tactics. So I probably want to get that at some point. I'm probably going to wait for that to come down on a sale. Yeah, I got more than a few games on my list that I'm wanting to sink my teeth into. But for now, one game at a time. And until I think of something... I don't want to do a major story game. I just kind of want a game to just kind of play for the Wednesday streams. Because, like, Danganronpa is actually... We could do Ultra Despair Girls, now that I think about it. Because... actually, yeah. Because normal Danganronpa, I'll save that for a weekend, but because I know it's going to be the worst of the series, that does set a different standard, so I may consider doing Ultra Despair instead. I don't know. I'll think of something. Anyway, guys, I'm probably just going to be sitting around here and pondering for a little while. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. So, yeah, I can't really think of anything else other than I'm probably going to go ahead and fire up Tony Hawk because I actually been having a lot of fun playing it. So I'm kind of, whenever there's a game that's like scratching an itch, I just kind of can't help myself. I have to start playing it. And right now, the 2 major games I'm kind of like scratching an itch with is the weekends with Cyberpunk, but also like now I also just kind of want to play Tony Hawk and just kind of have fun. Just having like my fucking Spotify open and just kind of listening to music and just trying to hit like a whole bunch of combos. I'm digging it. So I know it's not everybody's kind of type of thing, but it's my thing. Tony Hawk, I have a history with that game. It brings me back. I did play a little bit of it years ago, but that was so long ago. And I had so much fun. And I'm now kind of reminded of that. And I remember, I think I streamed it, and it was like, I can't do any of the in-game stuff. And I think that was around the time to where Twitch was really going hard on like DMCA stuff. So it's like I couldn't play any of the music. But I'm going to have fun in one of my favorite games ever. So I think I was like, hey, let's maybe put on some copyright-free music, the best of what we could think of. Typically, we just kind of picked like a bunch of stuff from like video games and stuff, and it was actually a lot of fun. Just kind of anybody in chat, we were like able to like kind of I think Josh I think he was doing like a bunch of like Devil May Cry stuff. I know I was kind of going with a lot of Yakuza music. I think somebody was like throwing down like Doom shit and stuff. It was actually kind of fun just to kind of like hear like the different styles of music and stuff. It was a unique way of interacting with chat, I will say that. And the whole time I think I was streaming, I think I was doing Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 only because I kind of have like a soft spot for that game. There is Underground, which is the one I'm actually playing right now, but I do have a soft spot specifically with 3. For those that know me, know who I am, I myself even kind of forgot how I got into Motorhead, my favorite band of all time, but being a wrestling fan, playing Tony Hawk, I forget which one came first. They came in at around the same time, and basically Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 was like one of the few games that actually had a Motorhead song, and because I was a wrestling fan, there was a pro wrestler, Triple H, with a theme song that was done by Motorhead, and it was basic. I forget which one came first, but I do know I looked at both of those things and I was like, well, I like this song and I know it's done by Motorhead. I like this song and I know that's done by Motorhead. What else do they have? It just kind of went from there, and ever since then. So basically Tony Hawk basically opened that door along with pro wrestling to kind of like help me discover my favorite band of all time. So sorry if I just kind of like the game and on top of that love some of the music that's in those games. So I discovered bands doing playing a video game. Who would have thunk it? But anyway, but yeah, I'm probably just gonna fire up Tony Hawk and just have some fun off stream, and then just kind of chill out for the rest of the day. But yeah, Saturday we'll be doing Cyberpunk, so I guess I'll be getting out of here. Anyway, guys, yeah, I think that's it for the stream. Can't think of anything else to say other than born to lose, live to win. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys on Saturday for some Cyberpunk. Should be a lot of fun. Oh god, I'm just vibing. Alright guys, seriously though, I'm out of here. Love you all. Later.